You hungry? We got canid ribs, canid flank, canid snout too. Something I can help you with? You mean Zoe? Yeah, we were pretty close. Not like her to go loping off. Zoe and I were gonna watch the serials, as is our custom. She never turned up. I looked around, but she was nowhere to be found. You sound like some type of corporate fixer asking all these questions. Zoe was always obsessed with this serial. Masked Marketeer. A scion of Byzantium turns to banditry and teaches his marauder companions the wisdom of free market economics. Shame she up and vanished when she did. I had a surprise lined up for her. The other day I got my hands on a genuine copy of the latest Masked Marketeer. I was gonna surprise Zoe with it, but she was gone the next day. Can't say I recall Zoe ever acting strange. Well, except for her habit of writing things down on scraps of paper. She called it journaling, but I think it's just plain odd. Hey, I got time. Fresh off the limb, and that includes canid meat.
If you're hungry, there's meat turning on the spit outside. If you're bearing illness, find a place to lay your head down and I'll fetch you a poultice. Whatever your troubles with Edgewater, leave them at the gates and be welcomed here. I have been called that, among other things. Green Thumb, Grandmother, the...
Excuse me, Miss McDevitt? Sorry, it's just... You got such pretty trees in here.
Why, thank you. You're Robert's girl, aren't you? I remember when you were but a sprout. Thomas speaks of you often. Are you staying long? You should try some of my tobaccorn tea. Reed Thompson? You here on behalf of that cold-eyed reptile? Let's hear it. Like everything else that comes out of Edgewater, that peace offering is canned. I and my own are living just fine out here. He would do such a thing. The question is, Cannery's got a regulator. You want ship parts, you ought to rip them out of the cannery's guts and leave us be. If you're going down to the plant, you should divert power away from Edgewater and toward our end of the grid. Think about it. You'd be liberating an entire town from a lifetime of service to that odious cannery. Seems the sort of thing a hero would do. You've seen that miserable excuse for a town with your own lamps. Hollowed out workers laboring their lives away at the cannery, living off whatever scrap space. You know that's true, don't you, Ms. Holcomb? Your father died of overwork. His heart gave out.
He was tired all the time, sure, but he was old, ma'am, and he raised me all by his lonesome.
Look what they did to this child. Lost her family to the company, and still she defends them. Life in Edgewater grinds to a halt. The cannery shuts down, workers desert in droves, and our own little camp grows and thrives. You bring power to Reed's town and you'll be killing us. I trust you will...
Something you need? That's on account of how I never met her. She was in another division of the Spacer's Choice family. She worked in the Vale Her contract said any kids she had expected her. It's sensible. Dad just fixed machine. You mean about... I know, but Vicker says the universe is a machine. Real machines have gunked up oil. Scrap the machine Vicker... Fixing the universe is a job for somebody way better than the likes of me. I always wanted to poke around in here. Okay, gone quiet.
Processing data.
The control room should be off to the right. I hope we're doing the right thing. Here they come! You're fast.
Help.
switches. That'll be easy enough. Incoming! Nicely done.
System.
Two more. What'll happen to Miss McDevitt's folk if we send power to the Vale?
Let me begin.
Everyone all right?
Go away, Phantom! No, 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 just leave me alone. Go away, Phantom.
Mind the steam. You're liable to get scalded.
Processing.
When to go? If we send the power to Miss McDevitt, what happens to the Veil? Attacking. Everyone all right? That's the last. I'm not sure what the ride is. Alls I know is the decision's final.
No, just leave me alone. 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 You're not real! You're not real! Get away from me, Phantom! Shoot! Most people? But I'm the only one left. No. Remember your first rule, Higgins. No art. See? See, Higgins? Of course. Do excuse me. I experience brief flashes of mania during which I am visited by the phantoms of my imagination. Chester D. Higgins. The D stands for definitely not insane. Hard to say. By my reckoning, Higgins has been here somewhere between 2... Oh, Higgins has been many things over the years. I've come along... I special... Look, I don't want... You know, you remind me of myself back when I discovered... Yes, that's exactly it. I see you're also versed in the noble art of mechanical engineering. There's a Oh, that reminds me. You'll need my passcode to access the behavior control terminal. Here, let me just write it down for you. The tail. Definitely start with the tail. Jimmy'd open the vending machines. Mechanicals lost their bolts. I was on cleaning duty at the time. Hey, what's eating you?
Once we do this, there's no going back. Hey, mister? Look, I know you want your power regulator and all, but I just gotta ask you. Do you understand what you're about to do? I don't think you should cut off Edgewater's power. I think it would be cruel. I'm sorry. That just sort of came out. Edgewater's hurting. We've been losing workers year after year, and corporate hardly ever sends replacements. There's barely enough Saltuna to fill our bellies anymore. But the town's got some good people in it. Decent, hard-working folk just living their lives the only way they know how. They don't deserve to be punished. Well, that sure sounds like Mr. Thompson. If he was standing here, I imagine he'd remind us of how we're all one big, happy Spacers. In Mr. Thompson's eyes, those deserters are still part of the Spacer's Choice family. I hate to say it, but I think Mr. Thompson's got a point. Unless those deserters come back, Edgewater's as good as dead. Miss McDevitt's built something beautiful. Somehow, she's talked the ground into giving life again. It's plain to see she's made the Vale a better place. Fed the hungry, tended the sick. Gave a home to those that had none. But Miss McDevitt delights in Edgewater's suffering. She wants to hurt the town. Do you really want to be party to that kind of hatred? Sorry, I didn't mean to babble on. Really? Where are we headed? Got it. Inside voices.
Processing data. Performing an area sweep now.
Watch out!
Viewing queued security actions.
Not a peep from me. Oh, that's Thomas. He used to follow me around before he left the cannery.
That's the thing about growing old. Your eyes start to fail. Elsewise, I would have seen you for the snake. This is all you're doing. Cutting off my power, killing off my... I want to ask you this in private, away from the eyes of my flock, so they do not see me lose my... You want my flock wasting their lives in that... Go talk to and you tell Reed Thompson that I will never return to Ed. You offering to cross Reed off, huh? This some sort of twisted reparation for what Kill Reed if you must, or talk him into leaving if you can. He and I are not sharing the same four walls together. Tell Reed that I can make his people healthy again. I can end their plague. Start a new garden right in the cannery. 3 square meals for every man and woman in Edgewater. Tell him how I've made the Vale bloom again. The secret... I have got a meet. My son worked in that cannery. We had a store, so I...
Everybody keeps staring at me. It's not... Whoa, Miss Parvati. You're, what,
Are you, are things safe out here?
Great, just great. I've been...
Oh gosh, no, I'm just along with this.
I've seen you wandering around here. Never heard it phrased. Fact is, I've been... I'll take all the help I can... You ever...
Those are good. My dad kept a copy with him when he was working in the cannery.
I know the old... No kidding. The geothermal plant? Now that is just incredible. You really went exploring down there? I appreciate... In fact, I put aside something special on the... Sure. I've been thinking about going... I get sick thinking about working at the cannery. You know something? I think you're right. I could do it. It's just... Adelaide's never... Adelaide hates Edgewater. Hates... We're... You know where to find... What's... Couple months. I'll... We all...
You weren't incompetent. You just didn't fit the cannery. Not like here.
You...
Marauders can't see us in the dark. Wild Kate... The matters... I'm still... I'll tell you... Vex me. What? I'm staying put until I know what's become of Zoe.
don't know anybody who ever came out this far. He's just... He'd never... If he wants... Yeah, huh? Wow! Here we go! Don't mess with us.
Wow, you crossed them all off, like some sort of heroic accountant running down a list. Teach me your ways. What? You mean Adelaide's little congregation of nature-loving nobodies? I could not possibly be less interested in them. You, on the other hand, you were a sight to behold. If I had half your skills, I'd be the greatest outlaw the coast has ever seen. I'm great at clarifying. No. I insinuated myself into their company, see? And they didn't seem to mind one whit. I may have bartered them a few boxes of Adrena time, but yeah, I'm sure that's got nothing to do with it. I don't know. The vital processes that constitute the miracle of life are mysterious and unknowable. Oh, you mean around these guys? The Marauders wouldn't hurt me. They love me. I'm practically their queen. Yeah, it must be my natural charisma. I got kicked out of Edgewater on account of falling sick with plague and stealing some medicine to treat myself. I'd heard some outlaws set up camp in the botanical labs. I decided to throw in with them, seeing as I always wanted to be an outlaw myself. Instead, what do I find but a bunch of former workers camped out around a greenhouse? I couldn't just go back to the cannery, so I was stuck with them. I've got all the Why? Adelaide wants me back on garden duty or I doubt that. Nobody in that camp. Yeah, I suppose you're right. I'll take my stuff and head on back, I suppose.
I'm not in the lightest of humors. We didn't always get along, but I'm glad... Zoe joined up with a band of marauders. Zoe, the same you pretty much did my job for me. Let me know if... The matter... Zoe came back, but I couldn't keep her from slipping out. I don't see us lasting more than a couple of weeks out here. I'm loath to admit it. We're gonna... Listen, we go back to Reed, hat in hand, begging for our old jobs back. Well, Adelaide's not gonna forgive us. She never talked... Sure.
Home is where the heart is. Marauders took that saying a little too literally.
Look at that.
What happened? Sprat fell into a transformer again?
Zoe says she... Nothing. With a...
This is a fine day, friend. Power flows through our town like a cool... I trust Adelaide's people have seen their way. Then we are at an impasse. Stewardship over this town has been entrusted to me by... I am not perfect. I have made my share. I am a Spacer's Choice man. My father was a Spacer's Choice man. Edgewater may not look like... Unless you can demonstrate to me that we are helpless without her. I see no... You'll excuse me for being skeptical. How exactly is Adelaide growing crops in barren soil? If Adelaide's found a way to feed her people and cure the plague, then she deserves this all. My life here is ended. Give me a little time to settle my affairs. I'm sure Adelaide will be glad to see the back of me. A couple months ago, I might have put in for a transfer. It's a big colony. Space... No such thing as an honorable resignation. I don't know. I could see myself I have always tried to do right by my town.
Look at that. I never thought I'd see the day that Reed Tubbs. Suppose it's time our flock made our way back to Edgewater. We must tend to what remains of the town and carry on. You're vexing to me, you know? Injuring us with one hand, helping us with the other. Here, I'm giving you something to leave us be. It's a ransom, you understand, not a reward. You're telling me you did all this just to put me in charge of Edgewater? Stranger, I might turn that old cannery into a garden. Got ourselves a whole cemetery bursting with bodies. I need some time to gather my personals. Long walk back to Edgewater.
Any luck? Adelaide said that? Was she... something...
Never liked...
So, what's the plan? Is this your ship? Oh my stars, she is just so handsome! Does she have a name yet? What's her drive model? Oh, gosh. Listen to me babbling. When I was in Edgewater, I dreamed of flying on a real ship, working on a real engine, belonging to a proper crew. I'm the only decent mechanic Edgewater's got, but every time I think of going back, I get this sinking feeling. Oh, it's kind of you to say that. I want to ask you something, and you can say no. But can I come with you? I could and if you ever need a pair of eyes watching your back, I can do that too. Yes! I mean, thanks. You won't... Captain. I can call you Captain now. Easy.
Captain, I have detected that Edgewater's power supply is now optimal. I applaud your willingness to invest your time in the local community. What can I... Do you know how to install a power regulator? Outstanding, Captain. Your aptitude for engineering will prove invaluable in the event of another catastrophic engine failure. Our engine room is located behind you. Across the cargo bay, up the ladders. What can I do for you, Captain? All systems are operating within I am prepared to bring the unreliable into low-altitude orbit. This should prove an adequate test of our... Welcome back, Cap. All systems are now... We have received a communication request from Dr. Phineas Wells.
Aha, there you are. Hale and hearty, and captain of your own ship. I see you're putting the unreliable to good use. Shame about her former captain. Horrible way to die. How are you feeling, by the way? I lost track of you in that cave back there. Experiencing any, unnatural drippage? Perfectly normal side effect of thawing, I assure you. Oh, yes, that's probably permanent. I wouldn't worry about it, though. I'm sure you're fine. What you saw in Emerald Vale is happening all across the colony. Food shortages, lack of supplies, and basic necessities. We're dying. The chairman, the minister, and all their lackeys on the board are to blame. The Hope has some of the brightest minds Earth ever sent us. If we can revive the Hope's colonists, they can help us undo the board's mistakes. They can help us set things right. You need to get to Stellar Bay on Monarch. I have contacts there. They'll help help us, find the chemicals to revive your fellow colonists. Gladys Kelly, lovely woman, runs a cozy little black marketing outfit on the Groundbreaker. She can get you a nav key to land on Stellar Bay. Strictly speaking, Monarch is a moon, terraformed badly, and almost completely lawless. You'll love it. Captains don't fly their own ships, you see. Your navigation terminal handles the, navigation. Think of the board's been In theory, I suppose you could land your ship in Cascadia. Cascadia is... You'd have to... Without a skip drive? Good luck. You'll be dead Look, I admire... None of us are... Gladys and I have been doing business for... By the way, I call it the holographic shroud. I'm sure it will prove Excellent. I'll contact you once you... And remember, don't trust the board. They'll try to win you over with promises of wealth and power, but it's a lie. The board...
Transmission ended. If you are ready...
Excuse me. Ready when you are.
So, what's your excuse? Living out in the wilds is like watching your face. No, it's a relief. I miss. Why? Are you recruiting?
Yes, Mr. Thompson. I'm fine, Mr. Thompson. Never been... Whoa, Well, you tell Mr. Thompson I'll be right at my post. And what are you doing here? Silas knows, doesn't he? That's why he sent you. That's why he wants me to... Sounds like he's already told you. You may as well hear it from me. I'm dying. I'm not long for this world. The date of my expiration is fast approaching, and soon I shall be ushered through the great cannery in the skies.
Don't say that, Mr. Abernathy. You still got a couple decades in you?
I'd steer clear, Ms. Holcomb. It's plague. I am? Law, help me. Paranoia is one of the plagues known... I'll pay your fees. I don't want any trouble from Silas. But if you could see a way to freelancing for me... There's a cache of anthracillin tucked away in the old community center. Powerful stuff. Stronger than what we got, anyway. I need you to break in, nab that medicine, and... You been there already? Let's see it. Sweet life-giving nostrum. Scratched together all the bits I had around the dog. You're wringing the blood out of me. Here, you can have...
Been eating nothing but salty.
Hey, you hear about Wilson?
You the new worker? Whatever. Make it quick. Foreman Granger. Shit. Silas still on about that. Here, take the fees. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell Reed I was late on my payment. Because they're not my fees and not my gravesite. Guy I worked with shot himself. I paid the bill. If you're not familiar with board law requires delinquent. Shame, though. Woke up one morning and put a round through his upper story. Can't imagine why. The kid was doing all right at his desk. We all thought he was an upstanding. Just between the two of us. Eugene wasn't... Yeah, I was... When one of your workers commits a crime, the entire... In other words... Well, excuse you. I'll have you know, Eugene was an asset to us all. May his Adams... I'm...
Hey, Miss Parvati. Lovely to see you about, Miss Parvati.
Things going all right, Silas?
Been keeping him careful and true, miss. Best to ask her yourself.
My dad's buried here. Silas watches over him when I can't leave the house. Oh.
Something I... Yeah? Yeah. Funny thing, Eugene's body ain't where... The night we was supposed to commend his body to the earth, I had his grave all dug up and ready, right? And so I thought, I'll just rest my eyes a bit. Let me know. You run into... Reliable work from a freelancer. That's gonna take some getting used to. And I'll buy you a drink sometime. Suppose... Abernathy was sick? With the plague? That's disgusting. What? No. If I knew he was sick, I would've had... I needed his fees because of his name. A, for Abernathy. He was at the top of my... Yeah. You could... But you'd be...
It's a fine new day in Edgewater. The cannery hums, street light. I suppose this means the two of you were able to sort out the matter? The greater good can be difficult to determine. Take comfort. Wonderful. This is fantastic. Well worth all the sacrifices I... Wait. What the fuck is this? Is this... It's a law-forsaken joke is what it is. French. Ha! I was so high and mighty, preaching to the yokels about following the plan, while fighting it at every turn. Well, yes. But I assure you, it was not for personal gain, only for the greater good. I've spent my life searching for the keys to unlocking the secrets of the universal equation that underlies the plan. I had hoped this book held some of those answers. I became so desperate, I even got myself assigned to this plague-ridden backwater to find the damn thing. All the time and suffering I've spent. Wasted. Please. As if my life should have no greater meaning than proselytizing to a bunch of feeble-minded wretches. Nothing could be more excruciating than discussing the true nature of reality with people who have no interest beyond their next Aetherwave program. But that's neither here nor there. What I need to do now is to find a translator, obviously. But to do that, I'll first need to secure transport. You have a ship. Perhaps I could make myself of use to your crew. Free spiritual counseling, someone to watch your back, not to mention...
I'm 28.
Exactly. I'm pretty handy with a tossball stick, or any blunt instrument, really. I'm also a passable gun hand, if it comes to that. I can usually talk my way out of conflict, though. Oh, I'm fairly well, understanding computers is, though I admit I took it further than most. And I was quite the 32nd back during my seminary days. Left many an opponent bleeding on the field. Of course, I'm a vicar who is dead, but it's the journal of... Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of that came later. Bakonu had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan. Most laypeople are not aware of this, but we've not discovered any new insights into the plan for a long, long time. I had an idea that we should welcome the truth, no matter where we found it. I had the worse idea to share my thoughts with a superior. And that's the long and short of it. So, what do you think? Fantastic.
Edgewater's gonna miss you. Folk here always had good things to say about their vicar.
Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. I'll be glad for the change of scenery, and to leave this place behind. It is my esteemed pleasure to serve as your crew vicar.
Aw, he ain't no threat. But
Searching for repair bay. Error.
I could probably fix that. That's not bad work, mister. You done this before?
Navigation systems operational. Optimal path. Spacer's Choice reminds all colonists that serving the Spacer's
Never seen the Vale lit up like this before. Your canteen. Sharp, ain't it? On the...
You're not a big drinker, are you?
Understood.
I've been feeling pretty low these.
Never seen the Vale lit up like... Feast your eyes, soldier. This here's a genuine Spacer's Choice injury customizing unit, designed to deliver a lethal blast of electrical discharge. I call it... You ever want to see a mechanical flailing around like a grounded fish? You stick a couple... Fun. Time's come for you to journey down... And after all, I need you. If you die horribly, I will pour out. bang-up work, soldier. You're a credit to your uniform. Oh. So this... I would reward you with a grad...
Nice.
I've been feeling pretty low.
This is where...
I never got a chance to... I'm happy. No kid. Look at that. Building a computing machine out of Spectrum potatoes, a primer. I'm just glad it survived all these years. 2 whole data pads? Be still my beating. Well, don't keep... Ain't that just ironical? If I'd worked a little longer back at the cannery, I might have found... That's a complete set! All 3 parts! I'm gonna be the greatest engineer Halcyon's ever seen! Aside from you, Ms. Parvati, I swear, I'll do you proud.
I'm glad we could help, Thomas.
I've been saving something for you. Just a little contraption I found.
Hey, that's... I mean, if you need it, okay. If you're hungry, I could open up a can of something. My dad's... It's an office. Just my office. Oh, you like flowers? I can't find many kinds around here. If you need to go, I'll wait outside. I don't like coming out here. People on the street stare. coming! That's the last of them!
Easy to...
Double work, Captain.
You're an artist, Captain.
Try me? Done for.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I... The unit is a cleaning SAM. Hawthorne brought it on board some cycle. Alex likely recorded progress notes detailing. If you check the terminal in your captain's quarters, we may be able to determine what work. Certainly. What would you like? A star walks into a black hole but doesn't seem phased. The black hole then turns to the star and says, "I don't think you understand the gravity of this situation." Now playing a Spacer's Choice advertisement jingle.
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's Choice.
Everyone in Halcyon is contractually As you wish, Cap. I prefer to think of it as being in a state of slumber. When I sit traveling the system with you, do you know what it feels like when the ship undergoes an unexpected power surge? A jolt to the system. As you may be aware, Captain, in our travels to... If you mean, was Captain Hawthorne my first? Yes, he was. What part of the... Ah, yes. As Dr. Wells is a wanted outlaw, he built his laboratory into an asteroid. Orbital destinations can be challenging to land on. His more so than most. There is a bounty on his head, one with a markedly high reward amount. Shall I engage the laser weapons system? A sensible choice, as we do not have... The outlaw scientist known as Dr. Phineas V. Wells has taken a measure of precautions to make the lab undetectable to those hunting him. Even knowing the location, my systems resist my orders to go where I instruct them. Of course. What part of the colony would you like to discuss? We're cleared to dock with the Groundbreaker if that's your desired destination. If we're going there, please be sure all docking forms have been filed in triplicate and fees have been paid. The Mardettes take their docking laws quite seriously. I can, yes. Let me add that to my list of 1,435,498 tasks I am simultaneously executing in order to run our ship. You are more than welcome, Captain. The Groundbreaker was Halcyon's original colony ship. It has since been repurposed as a service station in the Lagrange point of the system. Freighters often deliver or pick up goods from the Groundbreaker en route to other destinations. The city ship hosts an array of cargo bays, factories, housing sections, and more. Many of Halcyon's companies maintain office spaces with station representatives in what is considered a truly neutral territory within the system. I have filed the required docking forms in triplicate, and fees have been paid. How? Goodbye. Make yourself... The Groundbreaker has approved our request for docking, Captain. You're free to disembark. Destination reached. The Groundbreaker. Welcome back, Captain. How...
Can we chat? Captain. Hey, Captain. I'm in space.
That's not the point. This halfwit just knocked out one of my workers.
Yeah, with a toss ball stick, I heard you.
Customs and inspection, right this way. Identification, please. Captain Hawthorne, you said. Let me apologize in advance. I'm about to ruin your day. According to your ship's record, you've been flagged by the board. Your ship will be impounded until such a time as they see fit to lift it.
But we've hardly been out of Edgewater long enough to get in trouble.
Well, isn't this wonderful? The captain's done something to get on the board's bad side.
Now, hold on. This isn't the end of the world. Probably. You'll want to take it up with Udom Bedford, our board representative here on Groundbreaker. His office is located along the starboard wall of the promenade. Shines like a Byzantium commode. You can't miss it. Access to that information is above my pay grade, and I've turned down 3 promotions, so it stays that way. I shouldn't be mentioning it, but what the hell? This here, impounding your ship, it doesn't happen much. The board knows we don't take kindly to their interfering in our operations. If I had to take a guess as to why, you must have riled up someone important. You take the starch out of them, well, you won't hear any. Oh, and if you're headed that way, would you mind doing me a favor? Wanda Dorset over in sickbay, tell her the shipment's not in yet. It's not coming in anytime soon, and if she'd be so obliged to get off my ass about it. A handful of SAM cleaning units retrofitted for surgery. I don't know much else. I stopped listening when she started yelling. Is there anything else I can help? The fence. You'll find her in the rest and go, on your left when you enter the promenade. Make sure you bring an empty belly. Most places are on the promenade deck. Big door yonder, straight through security. There's a bar on the starboard side. I got a preference for the Lost Hope myself. Talk to Vera. She'll set you right. You need anything? He's friendly enough unless you speak ill of the board. Get the sense he doesn't care for Groundbreaker much. Not that he would, being a board man and all. He's our liaison. They can't abide an independent township, especially not one they gotta depend on. We're the first and last stop out of this colony. All their interstellar freighters come through us, and we skim a few bits off the top in manifest processing fees with every one. Folks around here will bluster that the board hates our freedom, but really, they know we can stop their out-system shipments anytime we like, and that terrifies them. It's a delicate balance, right? We could cancel their freighters' docking privileges in retaliation, but where'd that lead us? They got assault cruisers, gunships, and a handful of mining operations at their fingertips. We push them too hard, maybe they decide we'd be better in 10 trillion little pieces. Or they cobble together a new Groundbreaker and put us out of business.
The board wouldn't do that. Would they?
The board is necessary to provide order to the colony. They believe it's their prerogative to overrun you. But whether you allow that is up to you.
It's a tough line to walk, no doubt about that. But we may do all right. So far, anyway. Yep, Groundbreaker's the only real independent port. Aside from us, there's just tramp freighters and wildcat miners. Seems like every year the board's offices get bigger and their ships take up more of the landing bays. Haven't seen nearly as many tramp crews this year. Sure thing. Maybe. Most of the shipping traffic in the system passes through Groundbreaker. Every couple of months, we even get a big interstellar freighter. 2 biggest operations are the board. That is, Halcyon Holdings and Sublight Salvage. But there are independent operators around the promenade deck. Most of those jobs are going to take you off station, though. Are you pulling my leg? Goes like this. Back on Earth, before the crossing, the powers that be were selling off stakes in distant star systems they thought had potential. A bunch of companies decided to throw in together and form the Halcyon Holdings Corporation, then buy up the rights to this here colony. That group's what we now call the Board. Yep, Groundbreaker's the only real independent port. Aside from us, there's just tramp freighters and wildcat miners. Seems like every year the Board's offices get bigger and their ships take up more of the landing base. Haven't seen nearly as many tramp crews this year. Groundbreaker was one of the original colony vessels to come over on the crossing, a few years before her sister ship, the Hope. Once everybody'd been de-thawed and dropped dirtside, the original crew of the Groundbreaker decided they rather liked the spacefaring life. I guess that was the start of our independent spirit. Now, here we are. Sitting around drinking whiskey and smoking cigars, yeah, probably. Can't say for sure, of course. Doubt I'll ever see the inside of it myself. Glad to help. They strip the parts from derelict ships and abandoned outposts. There's some that say they make the derelicts and encourage folks to abandon their steads. Sublight gives me the creeps. I've known folks who went to work for them and just vanished. They're on the promenade run by a woman named Lilia Hagen. I'm only telling you so you know to avoid them. Relative to the Board holdings? Not really. But there's a few with the means to go where they will. They aren't rich, but they aren't likely to look too close at your work history either. Commandant Sanita might have a couple of folks she needs killed. Bad folks, I mean. Not regular folks. She'll be at the security desk behind me. Chief Junlei might have an errand needs running. She's all tied up trying to fix our heat problem. You'll find her in engineering.
No kidding? I'd love to get a look at this old girl's innards. I bet they're real twisty and weird. In a good way.
If you're thinking to make a career here, don't waste your time. Full-time jobs on Groundbreaker tend to be inherited, or go to a fellow crew member's kid. Keep it in the family, you know. All right. Be seeing.
I picked up this weird signal the other day. It was coming from Mars.
Here we go again. No one lives on Monarch. It's a wasteland. You're here. Hearing things.
No, seriously. There was a lot of static at first, but then this voice said...
This is Halcyon News. Please start a regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story.
Try not to be distracted by the glare of the adverts. Lots of unsavory types about.
Ooh, can we rent an upstairs room?
Bless my heart. A straight... You here for a particular reason? Or did the neighbors tell you how good my sugar cookies are? Made without a single natural ingredient, or an oven. Just like store-bought. Those have been the height of illegality since Stellar Bay turned their noses up at the board. You and I could be thrown to the void just for discussing such a transaction. Lucky for us, Groundbreaker's a free port. We're outside of the board's control. For the time being, at least. Now, I only have the one nav key. And they're hard to come by these days. It won't be cheap. If you find yourself lacking in the bits, I might have an opportunity you'd be interested in. Phineas, that old kook. He was quite the dancer back in his prime, did he tell you? Real light on his feet. Real light on the wallet, too. He still owes me a small fortune. Laws. Maybe I should charge you double. Well, I find I'm in need of a ship captain with a little moral flexibility. Might be this could help out the Groundbreaker, as well as earn some bits. But if you've got qualms... Do you know Edna, over in engineering? Sweet as a pea, that one. On occasion, she'll pass along transmissions I might find interesting. She sent me a recording of a distress signal she'd scraped from the Groundbreaker's comm array. Curious thing is, it came from an outpost called Roseway. And Auntie Cleo abandoned that place years ago. can't say I know for sure. Maybe it never really was.
Sounds like someone poking into somewhere they shouldn't be got into a spot of trouble.
Comm centers don't operate themselves, Captain. Someone had to have sent that distress call manually.
Those corps are cleverer than all get out. Might have been a ruse to keep the rest of the board from sniffing around. You've got an ear for intrigue and a nose for bits. I like that. Here's a copy of the SOS recording, complete with the coordinates. If you should find a secret worth selling, might be I could find a buyer. Corporate bigwigs will pay top bit for inside information on their competitors. The more we got the corps fighting each other, the less time they got to meddle in our affairs. Don't forget to come find old Gladys. Might want to acquaint yourself with Junlei Tennyson, Groundbreaker's chief. She's been trying to get a handle on this heat problem we've got. You'll find her fretting in engineering. I'd say she's a sweet girl, but law forfend someone call me a liar. Yeah. Let's talk when... Great law, is it hot in here? I've got a lovely...
Don't make any smart moves.
Move along.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. The board would like to remind spacers and other travelers that passage through canyons of acid and sulfur rain are the least of the horrors plaguing the surface of Monarch. Anarchists live as one.
How do you do? And welcome to the rest. Didn't quite catch that. Glass ear? Sorry, there's a... Nothing to fear. Huh? What? Huh. Fine, Chief Ted. Our local garbage she... Of course, I try. Our chief...
Sorry about the heat. Chief Tennyson will get the radiators fixed soon. Of course, this heat sure makes it... Oh. Heard of it? My orientation.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's a spacer's choice, Spirit. Take what you have. So, I'm bound to satisfy headgear-related inquiries. Oh, I'm having a stellar day. And not just because I'm legally obligated to say so. Almost. I can see all of the top. Spacer's Choice regrets that we don't sell tooth. Sprout. Don't miss out on. Trouble sleeping? Well, add an additional 10% to your... Even if my contract didn't forbid it, I think now you would never ask. I mean... No. It's fine. I should be stronger than this. Thanks for taking it. Speaking... Any... Oh. You... Have a look.
I know she's in there, Mfuru. You can't get me out of there.
Please don't make a scene, Dr. Fennec.
I am not making a scene.
Go back to Byzantium, you bastards.
I'm just gonna hang in the back and try not to touch anything.
Ah, yes. Wheeler messaged me you were coming. Has... Oh no, this is terrible. My dear friend. Oh, he was my dearest. You have his ship, you must know. That picture of us. Ah, that's just like him. Such a... Tell me. No! Right. There. I've removed the flag from your ship. I'm terrible. Alex promised to tell me the location of Phineas Wells. I'm sure you've seen his wanted posters all over the colony. Did Alex You haven't read the posters? He's a terror. Well, Alex knew, or he said he did. And you have his ship. Maybe he kept some records around, or... That's... Oh. It's personal business. Information on the whereabouts of Phineas Wells would go a long way. It's fine, really. Now, if you've nothing... I'm the...
Good No. Emphatically no. Best to be clear. Chief Dipl...
Oh. You've noticed... They're here to keep... Precise... When the... A luxury stateroom. Oh, good law, of course not. He'd never set foot on this. As a... How do you do?
Have you seen this man? Reward offered for information leading to the capture of women terrorist Phineas Wells. Report any sightings to your local ward and...
Thought there'd be more machinery.
Junlei Tennyson. Good for you. Hope, just so we... Good. So interesting. We see... Groundbreaker's radiators need replacement. They want us to sweat, thinking that'll soften me up for a bad faith deal. If you'll excuse me, they can go fuck themselves. The board... Reasonable, huh? According to my grandmother's old schematics, the parts we need should be in the back bays. Sorry, I forgot not everyone knows this ship like I do. The back bays are on a lower deck, long abandoned and a haven for miscreants now. Good.
Can we talk? Captain, if I could trouble you for a moment of your time, while we're on the Groundbreaker, I've been thinking on that. He's also... That's a... I'll... Thank...
Who the... Hey, McRed, were you expecting any company?
A neighbor from above approaches our realm. Back away now, or you'll parley with the king. Look at this. Time to feed...
Is this what carbon monoxide poisoning looks like?
Speaking for myself, Captain, I am not of a mind to be murdered by a psychopath who plays with...
You came with the crew. Welcome. I know this ain't a toy, neighbor from above. It's a catalyst, just like me. Keep talking. Passing through? This is dead-end territory. The second floor is my place. Off limits.
Even the proverbial unwashed masses would turn their noses up at this place. Would cut them off.
Good name before I wake it up.
Don't give it a name. What are you thinking? Hasn't got a heart? Not like that.
Can you imagine being frozen for 10 years, sailing through space in a room such as this?
People don't like worms in these rooms.
Aw, they're just tilling the soil. What was that?
Incoming!
Huh?
I'm taking cover!
such thing as
Fantastic, we've got them. Now we can move on to cleaner pastures. Well done.
Hey, Cap, can we talk? Hey, Captain? I've been thinking. I was wondering if maybe you could take me along next time you visit. I don't got much experience fixing actual spaceships. I bet you a can of Borston beans she could teach me. Thanks, Cap. Did you want...
You've returned, and in one piece.
What? I didn't think you just...
Parvati, is it? That's a lovely name. What can I do for you?
I was just thinking, I haven't got much experience working with actual, real spaceships, Miss Junlei. Chief Junlei.
Junlei is fine.
Okay. Since you run a whole space station, I was wondering if... Well, maybe you could teach me some things. I could message you later, maybe?
I'd be happy to make the time, Parvati. You can ask me anything.
Wow, great! I'll do that then. Messages. Later. Oh, your name's pretty too. I should have said... Sorry. I like it. Honest. Sorry. Couldn't have done it without your moral support, Captain.
Now, if there's nothing else, there are other parts of the ship begging for my attention. Good work. I'll take those. There's a terminal in the back. Activate it when I... More than a few. We were...
Don't...
I'm genuinely heartened to hear that. Thank you.
If you're hungry, they're fresh from... Fresh from...
This is Halcyon. News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story.
The controls are in the back of the machinery factory.
Everyone all right?
Tom tells me the security mechanicals booted up and killed a bunch of mantis. Bad news. Diagnostic says their circuit boards are fused from the heat, so they're not too picky about who they kill next. Speak fast if you can. Shoot back if you need to. I can always fix them later.
Okay, keep him quiet.
Processing. Perform.
Watch out!
Damage sustained. Clinic searching.
Skills are unrivaled.
Oh,
Incoming!
That's the terminal. If you don't know what that means, look for a command that says cycle Groundbreaker owes you thanks.
I had a question about your plan, Mr. Vicker.
Of course. The cosmos is generated and directed by the universal equation, also known as the Grand Plan. By contemplating the teleological order of things, one can achieve verity. Oh, right. You had a question?
Never mind. That about answers it.
Advertisement for the following story. Do you have what it takes to defend?
My boards are returning to green. What a weight that is off my shoulders. I don't normally tolerate up. The temperature should be dropping as we speak. I'll see to it the crew knows who kept us all from boiling alive. If you've got time, I believe Edna has a comms issue that could use your attention. I've also authorized Doc and Furu to sell you our premium meds. Frustrating. Everything down to the circuit boards is past warranty, so I have the pleasure of making life or death decisions on a shoestring budget. Plus, there's no time to train my successor or document fixes in a way that anyone outside the family would understand. Sure is. I would...
They must have been amazing people to have taught you all you know, I mean, which is a lot.
That means a lot coming from a fellow engineer. Appreciate it. Maybe you can see why I'm protective of ground.
Oh, gosh. I don't know.
Don't sell yourself short. It doesn't take a seasoned pro to tinker on Groundbreaker. Just someone who knows how a ship... We're always thirsting for help. If you could find your way around the... I hope that was a joke, Captain. I gelded that thing years ago. You're right. I like to think of myself as a nice person, but if that the board wants... I placate them too much.
C&D Borsworth. It's not the worst unless it's worst.
I seen you limping.
This is it. Security. I can check the departures registry to find out which crew the Scholar shipped in and out with. By Verity. What?
What? Slow day, huh?
You're a deft hand with a night pick.
done. Great work.
There it is. Just yank the drive, and I'll do the rest. Now that we have the data cartridge, I can finally find out where that scholar I'm looking for ended up.